Hey there, I'm Katja Savia, an independent artist from Finland. 6 years ago I did my first YouTube cover, and it was from a game, the songs from a game, Gabriel Night, The Sins of Fathers. So I decided to celebrate my 6 years anniversary here on YouTube by giving something to all the Gabriel Night fans out there. I hope you enjoyed this one. Thank you for watching and thank you for your support. Remember to give this video a thumbs up, share it with someone, or subscribe. But if you really want to support this channel, join on my Patreon. And that's why I want to give a huge, lovely thank you to all my Patreon members, but a special shout out to Michael, Kayo, and Jesse. Okay, we see each other next time on another video. Bye.
Well, hello everyone. Happy Friday. Welcome to another episode of Daniel Plays. It's been a while since I had a solo episode because usually I try to find a guest or a developer or someone I interviewed to play this game with me, but I decided to play Gabriel Night 2 today because next week I'm going to interview Robert Holmes and Jane Jensen separately. I'm gonna talk to both of them next weekend. So I thought I'll give Gabriel Night 2 another run before that conversation. And this will also be a great opportunity for you guys to send in your questions, because sometimes when I send them on Discord, people don't notice or forget to reply. So this is a great opportunity for you guys to send in your questions, either for Robert or for Jane. Since I'm interviewing them separately, then just write down your question and mention for which one of them you'd like me to present a question. I hope everyone's doing well. I see a lot of people in the chat, and hopefully it will be a great playthrough. The game itself has about 9 hours of gameplay if you know the solutions to all of the puzzles. So hopefully today we'll get halfway through the game. Maybe less, maybe more, who knows. So that's it. On Sunday, I'll premiere my conversation with Rich Powell, who was a Sierra artist at the time and now is still an artist. And he also worked on Gabriel Night 2. And we're going to talk about Gabriel Night 2 in our conversation on Sunday. So give a follow to Tech Talk with Daniel Albu. There's a link in the description down below. And join us in the premiere on Sunday. And that's it. Yesterday, Clement, who was one of our main donors and Patreon members and Discord members, started posting some of his work. He's currently working on an upscale of Phantasmagoria 2. I sent him the VHS tapes that we digitized a while back, and he did a tremendous job on the upscale, and hopefully we'll be able to share it soon. And yesterday he started working on upscales for Gabriel Night 2. So we're gonna see some of them today. He upscaled some of the backgrounds and some of the videos, and I'm going to share one video and a bunch of backgrounds. In addition to that, Topfeel, who's also in the chat and on Discord, shared his big box photos of Gabriel Night. So we're going to see them as well. Actually, you know what? I also have my big box. So wait a second. Let me bring that up. Just a sec. back. Okay, so this is my big box. I bought it like, I don't know, 2 months ago. I bought it specifically for my conversation with Jane Jensen because I wanted to show it to her. This is the Gabriel Knight Mysteries Collector's Edition, and it has Sins of the Fathers and The Beast Within and a demo of Gabriel Knight 3. And it also has the soundtrack, which we have on our website, on our YouTube channel, that is, available. So I ripped that with Robert Holmes's permission, and it's available on our YouTube channel. And it also has the Sins of the Fathers novel. So it's got everything. And it's huge. Huge, I tell you. So I got this specifically for my conversation with Jane Jensen. Cost me quite a while. Cost me quite a lot. And but it's worth the ability to show Jane this big box. So, first of all, I want to thank our Patreon members. Thank you guys. We lost a few people in the last couple of weeks and days. So if you can join our Patreon or Coffee as a member, please do. Again, thank you to everyone for making Conversations with Curtis and Tech Talk with Daniel and Daniel Plays and everything else possible. If you can't join us on a monthly basis, you can also join us on Coffee for a one-time donation during the live stream. Today's goal is $70. Again, Gabriel Knight Friday. It's been a while since there was a Gabriel Knight Friday. We used to have them a lot. And our top 7 in the last 30 days are Jwex, CJ, Joseph Austin, Moffat Reborn, Gumpy Art, Whitey Wonder, and Ozzy Astaroth. That's it. So, let me share a few of the upscales that Clement worked on. So this is the background. I use it for the countdown as well. It looks amazing. I mean, it's super detailed. We also have the blade from the inventory. Again, extremely detailed. The talisman. Now, wow.
CJ tipped 50 pieces 08. Thanks Daniel for another GK Friday. Happy.
Wow. Thank you, CJ, for the very generous donation. And yeah, happy GK Friday. Happy. And the funny thing is that the AI upscale by Clement, who just donated, is the fact that the AI upscale makes the talisman look like it's made out of plastic when it's actually made out of plastic in the game because it looks very plasticky. So the AI did a great job on that. These are Top Fuel's photos of his big box. This is the jewel case and the manual and the big box itself with the Game of the Year sticker, which is a big deal. These are the CDs and the back cover. And he also sent me photos of the manual. And over here, and wait, let me see if I can find everyone I wanted to mention. So over here we have programmers Steve Conrad, whom I interviewed. And we also have over here in the 3D animation section, Richard Powell, my interview with him will premiere on Sunday. So you'll be able to hear all about that. What am I missing? Let's see. Oh, makeup. Cindy Jordan, if you remember, we had her over for our Phantasmagoria live streams. She's the makeup artist on Phantasmagoria. And I see the Big Kahuna in the chat asks, what about me? So let's see where in the credits they mentioned one Bill Schroeds. Now, Bill Shockley, why did they list you as Bill Schroeds? Is this a typo? Is this deliberate? What is the reason for them listing you under the wrong name? So hopefully we'll get the answer to that. Now, the funny thing is, in my conversation with Big Kahuna, Bill Shockley, who's currently in the chat, I didn't ask him, I didn't have any questions prepared about Gabriel Knight because I didn't see that he had a credit on Gabriel Knight. And only during the conversation, he mentioned that he worked on Gabriel Knight. And soon after our conversation, he contacted Moby Games to fix that typo in Moby Games. But the thing is, the typo is right there in the manual. So Moby Games did nothing wrong. It's Sierra's fault. So take that under consideration. What else do we have? We have all the people who, all the cast. Nothing too interesting here apart from Ben Erickson. Back to the upscales by CJ. We have the castle. We have Weinstein. We have the inside of the Ritter castle. And we have this one and Rittersburg and the hunting lodge. And we have the club. So we have all of these extremely detailed locations. Now, the AI upscale use if you look in the game, the backgrounds look very picturesque because they use the specific filter on them. So that's why the AI upscale looks more like a drawing than an actual photo. But maybe with a bit of tweaking, we could make it look a bit more realistic. Or we can always use the actual photos from, I don't know, Google Street View and do them. So one of the amazing things that Clement is doing is he's currently trying to see what's required in order to implement his upscales of the Phantasmagoria 2 FMV scenes into the game, so that if you play on Scum VM, you'll be able to play it with the new upgraded FMV scenes. And if that is successful, hopefully he'll do the same for Gabriel Knight. And who knows, maybe we'll never get a remastered version from Microsoft, but we'll get one from Clement. So there's that. What else? Nothing else. Let's play the game. Boop. Joseph Austin says a lot of the photos were found, not taken by Jane, so you could find the high-res version in theory. Well, I wouldn't get my hopes up. One shouldn't get their hopes up with these kind of things, especially with Sierra properties. The person who took these photos is Nathan Gams, who was the art director on this game. And one of the things he's done was take these photos around 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. so that they'd be empty of people. And so that's why some of the photos are a bit on the dark side of the Force. Okay. And one of the interesting things is that if you take a look at Google Street View, if you visit these locations on Google Street View, and in the timeline you switch to 2021 during the pandemic, then most of these photos also didn't include that many people because everything was closed.
Top Fuel tipped $20, glad to contribute to the channel. Let's have some fun with the game.
Thank you, Top Fuel. Well, we reached our goal, so we have a Will of Daniel today. And we'll do it at the end of the stream. So thank you, guys. Okay, let me close everything over here. Get the game ready. And close the timer. Let's play.
Snäll, die Kutsche wartet.
Kom!
Oh, so as you can see in the credits, it does say Bill Shockley. So the typo was just in the manual itself. And Jerry Shaw, by the way, the Jerry Shaw who's listed over here, is the lead programmer from Phantasmagoria 2. Okay, let's play. Oh, that was a badass prologue. And now we also know that Bill Shockley actually worked on the game, and he's not lying or anything. Nano Z says, I have some contact with the actor for Black Dahlia. He's such a nice guy. I'm sure he'll be able to make a gameplay of his game. Sure, Nano, you can contact me on Discord, discord.conversationswithcurtis.com, and give me his contact detail and I'll approach him. And hopefully we'll either play Black Dahlia with him or have an interview with him, or both. So thank you for that. Dragoon says, whoever typed the user manual has a lot of explaining to do. Yep. Let's play. the scar on the wrong arm. Should ask Jane about it.
Out falls. Come in.
Herr Knight, there are some people here to see you.
Me?
Yeah, if you please come.
Wait a second. Seems like people are having a little lag with the stream. Let's see if things work better now. Just a second. Okay, let's see what we can do to fix these issues. Just a second, stay tuned. We have Paul in the commercial break. Gabriel's hanging in there. Okay. Still have dropped frames. Let me see if I can change anything. Maybe I see the issue over here. See if it's better now. Okay, let me know if this thing worked. And we'll be back playing the game. Okay. I see that the lag stopped, so I'm back playing the game.
What's going on? You've been acting strange all day.
Please just come. And don't forget your talisman. You must wear it always.
Damn thing's heavy.
Let me know if it works better now.
Well, hello there. Shouldn't those be torches?
Guten Abend, Herr Knight. I am Werner Huber. Forgive our coming here so late, but we must speak with you.
What can I do for you?
Oh, this is my cousin, Sir Huber Sepp. He has a farm just outside of Munich. I will tell you the truth, Herr Knight. We have come for the Schattenjäger.
I see. What makes you think you need a Schattenjäger?
It is because of Sepp here. 2 nights ago, his wife goes to the window of the house to call in their daughter, Tony. It is getting dark. The light outside is not so good, yeah? She sees Tony some meters away, playing in the grass. And she sees a wolf. It is huge. And it is moving towards the child. The mother screams to the child, warning.
5!
And that is when the beast strikes.
Tony!
Oh, no, langsam. They say she died quickly. Sepp here hears his wife screaming, comes running from the barn. He sees the wolf, goes inside the house to get a gun. But when he comes out, no wolf. And it has taken part of the child with it.
That's horrible.
Yeah, it is very bad, Herr Knight. That is why we come to you.
Haven't the police been notified?
Oh, ja, natürlich. The police, they think it is wolves escaped from a zoo. They search and search, but they find nothing. This is not the first such killing. And if it is not stopped, it will not be the last.
I'm not really sure what you want me to do.
The killer is not wolf. It is werewolf. You must hunt it down and kill it.
Werewolf? What makes you think it's a werewolf?
The wolf looked at me. Its eyes were human. It knew what it was doing. It knew.
I'm really very sorry about your daughter, Herr Huber.
I have told them that you are the new Schattenjäger.
You wear the talisman. Are you the Schattenjäger now? Or are you not?
I am?
We do not know you, Herr Knight. But we have known the Schattenjägers for many centuries. It is to them we turn in trouble like this. Sepp here is family. Will you come? Just look around, see what you can see. Huh? Sepp and his wife go north to be with her mother. You can stay on his farm.
All right. I'll look into it for you. See what I can see.
I'll pack your things.
Great. Thanks. I'll meet you in the village in an hour.
Oh, thank you, Herr Knight. Thank you.
And we're back. I hope you enjoyed the intro. I hope that the frame rate is much better now. Someone said I saw that Paul joined. I didn't have time to say hello. So hi, Paul, and good luck to your son. And someone said that Paul took the smooth streaming with him. But ever since he joined the chat, we got laggy frame rates. And now that he's left, it's better. So I don't know. Maybe he took the smooth frame rate with him, or maybe he took it while he joined. That's an interesting observation right there. So I forgot to show you in the first section of the live stream the upscales of one of the videos that Clement has done. So let me switch to that. Let me get that ready.
All right.
All right. Let's see if we have this. Okay.
A werewolf. What do you know about them? Werewolves, that is.
Some things. This is not the first time that Rittersberg has seen the work of a werewolf, or even a werewolf itself.
Really?
Oh, no, not in my lifetime, you understand. But I was told of it when I was a boy. One was brought to town. It had killed many people. The Schattenjäger caught him. He was tried here.
When was this?
1700s, I think, somewhere around in there.
All right, a werewolf.
So basically, what we saw here is the upscale, and the great thing about it is that it worked really well, even though the original video was low res, because there were close-ups of the actors themselves, so the AI could, guess what's missing in terms of detail. But other scenes in which there are wide shots of various locations, it doesn't look that well. But hopefully, I'm sure that Clement will be able to fix those as he continues working on the AI model. That's it. Let's get back to the game. Okay. First thing we're going to do. China, how homey.
China. How homey.
Here's the dagger we saw earlier in the upscaled version. What else we've got?
It's from the Ritter family lawyers.
Dear Knight, the title for Schloss Ritter and lands has been officially registered with German Landrasmat under your name. Thanks to the funds you provide, the estate is now current. The inheritance tax, back property taxes, and transfer fees have been paid. Thank you for the additional retainer you sent us, and for your confidence in keeping Ubelglau, Hoffen, and Schnell your family firm. Please feel free to contact me with any problems or questions you might have. If you visit Munich, please come and introduce yourself. We will do just that.
Gabriel, I've just notified the Catholic Church about a miracle. Things have actually been picking up around the shop. We've been going through stock like a real store. I keep expecting the candid camera guys to pop out at any moment and say, just kidding. In other acts of universal randomness, the Voodoo Murders is up to number 20 on the New York Times bestseller list. Yes, the tastes of the American public can be a terrifying thing. In any case, your U.S. bank account is blossoming, not unlike the desert after a fluke storm.
The Shatten Shidja tipped 5 pieces of 8. I do need a haircut there though, don't I?
Thank you, Schattenjäger. Let me know if you guys still have issues with the stream.
If you don't mind, I'd like to use a little of the money to fix up the shop. Your Gran is fine, but misses you. Mosley has been hanging around, making himself a real pain in the butt. Fortunately, I need only bring up the bald detective Mostly in your book, all 240 pounds of him, and your pal turns red and is out the door in about 5 seconds. Things are organized here, just waiting for your decision. I think you can find a buyer if you want to go that route. I know you hate to write, but I need to get a feeling for what your plans are so I can make some of my own. I haven't seen or heard of anything here that seems relevant to this Schattenjäger business. Take care. Grace.
Okay.
I take it the Huber's a Catholic.
Hmm. Dan says it'd be cool if the Schattenjäger has been Dean Erickson this entire time. Well, maybe. I don't know. TFY Out asks, will you eventually stream GK3 too? Well, I don't know. It doesn't work that well on Windows computers, and you have to deal with a lot of compatibility issues. And it may be okay to play it solo on your computer, but streaming it is pretty much a mess. So unless we have any, if they add ScumVM support or such, we'll probably pay it. If not, then we'll probably wait until it's getting there in terms of compatibility. Maybe I'll get a virtual machine running with Windows 95 and see if that runs, and if that runs well. If so, then we'll actually play GK3. But I don't know. Okay. Let's see.
Better let Gracie know I'm on a new case.
Okay, so we've got the ladder ready. What else do we need to do? Let's go outside. Wait, I forgot the car keys. Car keys. And the note.
There, Knight. The keys for the car are by the door. It is better not to drive inside Munich. Drive Road 96 to Lockham. Park the car and take the U-Bahn from there. Thank you for helping us. Frau Yuba.
You are very welcome. Okay, guys, let me know if the stream is okay now. I don't see any dropped frames. Mm-hmm. Wait, I need to see what TFY out wrote. Yeah, last time I played. Okay, seems better now. Okay. Didn't Daniel just buy a new computer? Yeah! And we've been streaming from that computer. Maybe Paul killed the channel when he left today. Shut down everything. Shut down Restream. Took the keys and left.
I could be wrong, but I think this bag contains cement. Well, that's useful. Nothing of interest in there. That's me, Gabriel Knight.
That's you, Gabriel Knight. We added a similar thing in Phantasmagoria 2.1. That's me, Curtis Craig. In 3 different variations.
Something's been here. Maybe the thing that killed Yuba's daughter.
Yeah, Joseph, you mentioned in the past that you have the paw print. And it looked like plaster, so I guess it was cheaper to make it out of plaster than out of plastic.
Jesus. It's as big as my hand.
Jesus. So now we can pick the cement. So this is from the Ron Gilbert School of Game Design, because according to Ron Gilbert's manifesto, you can't have something in your inventory to solve a puzzle that you don't know what the puzzle is yet. If you don't know what the puzzle is yet. So in this case, we couldn't pick the cement or the bucket before we knew that there's a paw print that we need to use the cement on.
It'll take a minute to set.
I mean, when it comes to small objects, then I understand that the user should be able to pick up everything that's not bolted down, regardless of whether or not he knows what to do with that object at that moment or later on. But when it comes to cement, you know, inside various adventure games, you can pick up huge objects, even if you don't know what you need them for. So maybe in this case, due to the fact that it's an FMV game, they didn't want to have you walk around with a bag of cement in your pocket, because it wouldn't make sense. Just like the hammer in Phantasmagoria. It doesn't make sense that Adrian is carrying it around in her pocket. Let's see if the cement dried up. One of the more interesting concepts in adventure games is the ideas concept that was supposed to be used in one of the earlier variations of the Dig and is used in Bill Taylor's A Vampire Story. So the idea concept is that if there's something that's too big to carry around, then you click on it, you pick it up, it appears in your inventory, but it's, you know, translucent and you don't actually have it in your inventory. But if you find something to use it on, then once you use that translucent item from your inventory on that object, then the character goes to the original locations, takes that big object and uses it in whatever you wanted to use it on. So that's a great concept, and maybe it's, you know, a more realistic approach for FMV games. And yeah, Top Fuel. A lot of games have Toonstruck's bottomless bag approach. But Kyrandia doesn't. Kyrandia, you have limited slots in which you can pick up objects. So that's also limited. Okay, we have the car keys. We have the wolf thingy, wolf hairs over here. That's it.
I was hoping for him.
Let's take the car for a drive. Yeah, exactly. Curtis just shoved that toolbox somewhere. Where should we go? Okay. Let's take a walk.
Cuckoo clocks.
And there's an actual clock store. And in that location. So this is very true to life.
That must be the famous Munich glockenspiel.
Joseph says Jane hasn't stopped doing games. She's waiting for the change to get Microsoft behind a new Gabriel Knight. Fingers crossed. I don't know. I was full of hope when Microsoft announced their acquisition of Activision, but now with them shutting down 4 indie studios in the past 2 weeks or so, I'm not sure if creating new sequels for Sierra IPs is what will bring them the big bucks they're looking for. So hopefully they'll actually do that. Realistically, they probably won't. See if we didn't forget anything.
I already wrote one letter to Gracie.
Exactly, we have the letter.
Something's been here. Something's been here.
Take a look at my inventory.
Just looks like reddish hair to me.
Reddish hair. What else we've got? We've read this.
Brilliant prose, if I do say so myself. Unfortunately, I'm just pissing the wind until I can think of a plot line. Maybe this case will inspire me.
It always bothered me that some of the voiceover, it seems, was recorded in one session, and the other has lower quality, and it seems like it was recorded in a different session. So we have these recordings that sound like this.
Brilliant prose, if I do say so myself.
And you have other recordings that sound like, this.
Just looks like reddish hair to me. I'm gonna need help analyzing it.
Doesn't seem like it's a compression issue. It seems like 2 different microphones or even different recording booths. Who knows? I've heard that they had like 2 days of voiceover recording, so maybe these weird recordings sound like that because they actually phoned it in. Like they called Dean Erickson, hey, can you say this? Can you say that? Over the phone. Okay. Let's see what else we've got. Did we miss
My
something?
notebook.
Your notebook. I want to hear all the descriptions.
The family talisman. Wolfgang gave up his life to get this back.
True. My homie Wolfgang.
It's huge. I wish I knew if it were normal or not. I can't read much of it, but they give the name of the zoo. It's in Thalkirken. The name of the detective on the case is Liebe, from the police station near Prinzre Gentenplatz.
Awesome.
That's me. That's me, Gabriel Knight.
Easy.
I was hoping for a
Wait a second. Is the belt part of the door? Look at the door. Wow. Jeez. Okay. Seems very inconvenient, but sure.
Ja, kann ich Ihnen behilflich sein?
Guten Tag. Do you speak English?
Nein, ich spreche kein Englisch. Was möchten Sie bitte?
Great. Liebe. Criminal Commissar Liebe. Is he here?
Kommissar Leber, wer möchte mit ihm sprechen? Wen? Sie sind?
Sie. Me. Oh.
Ja.
Oh. Right. Writer. You know, books. That's me. You know, books.
Ja.
Me.
Kommissar Leber, bitte. Kann er hier kommen? Tut mir leid. Kommissar Leber ist zu beschäftigt. Er hat absolut keine Zeit. Nein, er kann Sie leider nicht sehen. Er ist zu beschäftigt. Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen, mein Herr. Die Tür.
Right. Thanks. Bitte.
Amerikaner.
Good times, good times. 9. You're okay. This was fun. Are you ready for this? Thank you, ATM Machine, for joining.
Canis lupus lupus, European wolf. Canis lupus lupus, European wolf. Canis lupus lupus, European wolf.
The only type of wolf there is. The European kind. Okay.
That must be the entrance to the wolf habitat. That must be the end.
What else we've got here?
I'm not sure what it says, but it's not the exit. Exit is I'm not sure what it says, but it's not the exit. Exit is Ozgang. It's one of the few words I do know.
Here, Wolf. Come on, boy. Here, Wolfie. Come on. Come on, Wolfie, Wolfie. Come on. Come on. Get the heck over here, will ya? Here, Wolf. Come on, Wolf. Come on. Come on.
It's like that, is it?
Lupus Lupus. Okay.
Excuse me, do you speak English?
Yes?
Great. Mind if I ask you some questions?
Yeah, okay.
You know, some of these scenes, it seems like they could have been edited more. Like the intros are a bit too long. Like there's a lot of silence before something happens and after something happens. And I always figured it was done because computers at the time needed a moment to run the video, and maybe the lag of that video would cause the video to start like 2 seconds in or 3 seconds in. And so I always figured that was the reason. Because now that computers can run these games without any problems, you notice how much buffer there is at the beginning and at the end of each scene.
Have you worked here long?
Thomas. Almost 1 whole year.
A year? Wow. I noticed you were pretty calm walking in that kennel. Guess wild animals don't bother you, huh?
The wolves. They're lazy during the day.
Oh. So you carry a walkie-talkie?
The zoo is big.
Who normally gives
The
you
zoo
your
is
instructions
big.
over that thing?
Kitchen, sometimes the health unit. For something really important, a Dr. Klingman himself will call me.
Dr. Klingman? Who's this Dr. Klingman you mentioned?
Dr. Klingman is in charge of the mammal division.
So I should speak to him about seeing the wolves up close.
You can try, but he won't let you.
Perhaps. Where could I find him?
In the administration area.
Thanks.
Why does no one sound Bavarian? Because no one is Bavarian, probably.
These wolves are fascinating, aren't they? I tried calling one over, but they weren't too obliging.
Yeah, some people try that all day.
Is there any chance you could take me inside the kennel? I'd really like to see one of the wolves up close, kind of a research thing.
No way. No one will enter the kennel without authorization.
I suppose you were around when those wolves escaped.
No, I don't work at night.
But you must have been here the next day, right? That people were pretty upset, what, with the police and everything?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that day was super crazy.
Can you tell me about it?
Bye, Johan. Thanks
Tell
for
you about
joining.
So, how'd the wolves escape, anyway?
Well, Dr. Klingman says the gate was left open after the night feeding.
What do you think?
The gate is heavy, it shuts itself. Maybe something was in the way, maybe a rock, I don't know. I'm only glad it was not me there. The boy who works at night has been, you know.
Oh, fired.
Fired.
So, what do you think about these killings? Pretty scary, huh? Do you ever think those two wolves could do something like this?
I don't believe it is possible. Hilda and Parsifal were fine with me, just like all the other wolves. Hilda, she liked to play. She was so young still.
She did. What did the two missing wolves look like, anyway?
Hilda was pretty. She had much white on her chest. And Parsifal, he was bigger, thicker, more in the chest. He was 5 or 6 years old, maybe. Much darker than Hilda.
Dark? Dark what?
Dark gray. Both were gray. And most of the wolves here are. Hilda was light, but they get darker when they get older.
Is that right? Hey, thank you for your time.
Whatever.
We should have played the French version of this game, because it's notoriously bad. You could actually hear the voice actors turning pages during the recording. And taking lunch breaks. Mid-recording. Going for a 30-minute break.
I can't think of anything else to ask.
Kommen Sie. Kann ich Ihnen helfen?
I'm afraid my German isn't very good. My name's Gabriel Knight. I'm an American novelist.
What can I do for you, Mr. Knight?
I'm researching a new book, and I hear you're the expert in these parts. Could you spare a moment?
Please, sit down.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, I've heard snippets of the French dub of this game. I mean, it can't be that bad. I mean, it is bad. But, for example, back in the 90s, they would dub movies in Russian using only one male voice actor who voiced all of the characters. So, maybe with the page flips, it's kind of, you know, unprofessional, but at least they had various voice actors they used for the various characters. So there's that.
Could I ask you some questions?
Yes.
Thanks. You don't mind if I record this, do you?
That's fine.
So, you're in charge of the zoo's mammal divisions?
Yes.
What kind of training do you need for that, Doc?
I realize you Americans hate titles, but people refer to me as Herr Dr. Klingmann here. Herr Doctor will also do.
No, he didn't try to change his voice for different characters.
From Heidelberg
it was just
University.
one
My
voice
field is
for
animal
everyone.
Behaviorist.
Fascinating. I see you're particularly interested in wolves.
Yes, I'm quite well known for my wolf research.
You must have been horrified when two of your wolves escaped then.
Yes, it has been very unsettling.
What kind of wolf research do you do, Herr Doctor?
I study wolf society here and in the wild.
Any insights?
Only that there is a purity to nature which human society lacks.
Meaning?
Life, reproduction, death. In nature there's a purpose to it, even if that purpose isn't pretty. We humans have forgotten our purpose.
We have?
Yes. Does a male lion say to the female, "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid to make a commitment"? Does a female wolf run off and leave her offspring to the male because she wants to mate with another wolf? Do hyenas need psychotherapy because they are guilty about their thieving nature?
You have a point.
Which I'm afraid I have overstated.
Not at all. Do your fellow scientists share your views?
Not often, no. Fortunately, I have found others who do.
I was speaking with one of your boys out front. Greg, was it?
No, there's no Greg on staff here. Do you mean Thomas?
Thomas, right. Anyway, he's the one that said to talk to you. Because I was wondering if there was any way I could get a closer look at one of the wolves for research.
I'm afraid this is not possible. We don't show our wolves to anyone. We must protect what privacy the creatures have.
Really? Well, gosh. Guess that's that. Do you mind if we talk briefly about the missing wolves?
Is this relevant to your book?
Oh, yeah. You see, wolves are major characters in my new novel, and this case is quite unusual, isn't it?
I suppose it is. Very well. Actually, I know very little about the case, but I will tell you what I can.
Appreciate it. How long have the wolves been missing?
It's been about 2 months.
Jeez. Whew, that's a while, isn't it? Strange the police haven't seen hide nor hair of them, so to speak.
Believe me, your sentiment is shared by the German public.
So Joseph Austin says, I always thought this guy sounded British, but trying to sound German. But apparently this is one of the game's best accents. A lot of Germans learn British English, so it shows up in there. And Dan says that according to IMDb, the actor is indeed German. Now, that's the thing with many European countries. You learn at school British English because usually the English teachers are from the UK or know only British English. Even I, when I was a kid, I learned British English at school because our English teacher was British. And I learned American English from TV and computer games.
Do you think the zoo wolves are responsible for the mutilation killings?
That is yet to be proven.
Because I've been wondering, what else could it be? Wild wolves, maybe?
Unfortunately, there are very few wild wolves left in Germany. Most were killed off by hunters decades ago.
Most?
A few remain in the Alps. But so close to a city like Munich, it's highly unlikely.
Any other suggestions?
I'm afraid I'm as confused as anyone, Mr. Knight.
What I don't see is why wolves, if the killers are wolves, why wolves would attack humans.
Wolves are predators. Most carnivores are potential man-eaters given hunger enough and opportunity.
But weren't the zoo wolves raised among humans?
Yes. And therefore, they are not afraid of us.
I suppose.
So Dan asks, how do I say the letter Z? Well, up until age 10, I used to call it Z, because that's how our English teacher called it. And then I played, there's a Sierra game, I don't remember its name, that teaches typing and English. And back then I remember that in the settings you could choose between the characters saying that letter as Z or Z. And that's when I learned that you call it Z in British English and Z in American English. So from that point on, I called it Z. So thank you, Sierra, for teaching me this very important fact about the letter Z.
How does a wolf choose its victims?
Have you ever heard of the language of death?
No.
You may have heard that wolves often choose the young, the old, or the sick as prey. Until recently, many thought this was some sort of natural selection going on, survival of the fittest. But now some of us are finding it is much more complicated than that. We have observed, for example, wolves surround a sick moose cow. The creature was helpless, yet she stood up and glared back at her would-be killers. The wolves dispersed. Or a healthy bull who ran off alone when he sensed wolves, making himself an easy target for no apparent reason. Researchers now believe that there's a kind of primal language going on. I am death, the wolf says. Are you ready to go? And the victim, by its actions, says, yes, I am ready, or no, you will not take me now.
What if their prey doesn't know the language of death?
This is a big problem, particularly for the wolves. When wolves come across domesticated animals who do not know how to play the game, they're confused. They start slaughtering and they have no sense for when to stop. That is why farmers have hunted wolves to extinction in most parts of the world.
Well, that certainly gives me something to think about.
It truly does. Hi, Nico. Thanks for joining. Hi, Daniel. I just dropped in. I know you've done streams with developers before. Is anyone involved in GK2 here, or is it just for the kicks? Well, next week I'm going to interview Jane Jensen and Robert Holmes separately. So this stream is me replaying Gabriel Knight 2 and an opportunity for you guys to send in your questions if you have any for either Robert Holmes or Jane Jensen. Just write in the chat your question with the word question in brackets so that I'll be able to find it afterwards when I rewatch the stream. Okay, do we have everything on tape?
My new tape recorder.
Your new tape recorder. Yep. So let's splice. Gary Ankel says, wow, the only Jane Jensen game I actually had and played is King's Quest VI. That's like saying the only Lorelei Shannon game you played was King's Quest VII. Wait, so you haven't played this game, Gary? Or Gabriel Knight 1? Or Gabriel Knight 3? Or Space Quest 4, where Jane voiced the character, the Maybot? Splice.
If I'm gonna do a splice, I'll need a source tape in Deck A. I need to pick a...
Pick. Load. Pick. Load.
There's already a blank tape in Deck B.
Okay. Okay. Let's start. Thomas. Herr Dr. Klingman here. Okay. Go our wolves. 2. Come on. Come on. Mr. Knight.
Thomas, Herr Dr. Klingmann here. Show our wolves to Mr. Knight.
Okay. I have the tape. Yes.
Gotta love it.
Gotta love it. Okay. Now, let's see. Let's go use the car again and take a look again at that weird seatbelt that's somehow connected to the door. I mean, it doesn't seem that safe because, you know, in a car crash, the door may open, and then what would happen in that case? Just the seatbelt would kill you? Or dislodge itself? That's kind of a weird concept. Okay, got the note. Now, let's see, let's use the tape.
Thomas? Thomas?
Ja, Thomas hier.
Herr Dr. Klingmann here. Show our wolves to Mr. Knight?
Ja, okay, Herr Doktor.
Mr. Knight? I'm afraid I was just about to leave.
Oh, that's all right. Perhaps another day.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Good luck with your work, Mr. Knight. After you?
Oh, hello, Mr. Knight. I have orders to show you one of the wolves.
Really? That would be swell.
Please stay calm and go slow. They don't like strangers.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody questions why Herr Doctor speaks English to Thomas. Or why there's a weird hiss sound during his conversation with Thomas.
This is a special treat I use to make them come to me. They love it. Marguerite, komm her. Komm mal hier, Mädchen. Marguerite, schau mal, was ich hier habe.
Komm mal her.
Hey, girl. Good girl.
Ach, how strange, she likes you.
I have a way with women.
So this wolf is the same wolf from Dances with Wolves with Kevin Costner. So this is actually the only Hollywood star in this entire production. They actually got the same wolf. I wonder how much that cost.
She's wearing a tag.
All the wolves here wear them.
Wow.
She's wearing a tag.
All the wolves here wear them.
So I know we're outside because we're in the zoo, but in this particular part, when you look at the tag, then it sounds like Tomas is in the recording booth with Dean and just leans over and talks to the microphone instead of it sounding as if they're both outside. I mean, I understand why Gabriel's voice may sound as if he's in the recording booth because these are his inner thoughts, but Thomas shouldn't be in his thoughts answering.
She's wearing a tag.
All the wolves here wear them.
All the wolves here wear them.
Don't do that. Stop that at once.
Sorry.
You should not have done that, Mr. Knight.
She seems so tame, just like a dog.
Wolf is not dog, Mr. Knight.
Sorry, really.
Yeah. Well, at least nothing happened. Are you done here now?
Yeah, thanks. I'll put in a good word for you with Klingman.
Oh, wunderbar.
Alan says that Thomas whispered that in Gabriel's ear. Well, it sounds like he whispered that in our ear. I presume this was the first ASMR in a computer game with Thomas mentioning the fact that all the wolves here wear them. TFY out. Thank you for referencing especially Jade. I forgot about that. Thank you. We should use that for one of our widgets. Especially Jade.
It looks like a receipt. There's some carbon on the back, but I can't make out what it says.
Okay. Let's go home. Especially Jade. Okay, let's take the receipt. Just on the mirror.
Die Königlich Erich Hafjadlodge, 54 Dienerstrasse.
No, that's not his home. Raccoon is staying at the Huber farm while trying to solve this case. Okay, let's take a look at the seatbelt once again.
Ja?
Herr Knight ist hier, um Sie zu sehen.
Herr Knight? Ach ja. Ja, senden Sie doch herein. Mr. Knight, so good to finally meet you.
Well, it's good to meet you.
Please, come in.
Herr Obergrau. Hell, you're just a pup.
I'm sorry? Oh, my age. Well, I hope you're not disappointed.
Oh, me? No, I just never had a family lawyer before. I guess I was expecting Matlock or something.
So, you finally decided to visit Munich, yes?
Yep, I'm here doing some research.
Well, anything at all I can do to help. My secretary and I are at your disposal.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, a lot of these locations, one of the interesting locations is, wait, I'll share it afterwards. A lot of people created a tour of all of the filming locations in The Beast Within, and a lot of these locations are quite interesting. An AT Machine mentioned earlier that one of the locations is next to the locations on which the Melly Island street was based on. So we're going to take a look at that soon. Okay. Let's talk to him.
I suppose that's your name on the marquee.
I'm sorry?
Obergrau, Hoffen and Schnell.
Actually, no. This is my grandfather's firm. I'm just a junior partner. Herr Knight, my assignment to your family was no insult. I was chosen because of my English. I took my law training at Harvard, you see.
Hell, son. I don't care if you're a junior partner or a mail clerk. I'm just glad somebody's taking care of the paperwork.
The firm has the utmost respect for the Ritters. I will do everything possible in your behalf.
Appreciate it. Is there anything special I should know about Munich?
No, you shouldn't have any problems. You've picked up a little German, haven't you? You've been here, almost a year?
No. I mean, I have been here that long, but my faculty for languages leaves some to be desired.
Well, most Germans speak a little English. If you need anything translated, you can always bring it to me.
Your letter mentioned that the title transfer for the Ritter estate went through?
Yes. We had a bit of a task proving that you were a legitimate blood heir, but well, that's all settled now. I must tell you, We were beginning to get quite worried about the Ritter holdings. But we've had a policy, my grandfather really, of waiving our fees for important old accounts, but unfortunately the government is not so generous. It was quite a miracle when you appeared, Mr. Knight.
Prodigal son makes good. Do you know anything about the mutilation killings?
The mutilation killings? Well, no,
It seems like
Oh my God,
the
Hannah,
lawyer
is
has
that
one
what you're
shoulder
researching
pad
in-
bigger than the other.
I read your last book, you know.
Really? Well, that's above and beyond the call of duty.
Not at all. I love
And
detective
the right
fiction.
shoulder pad
Philip
looks
Marlowe,
bigger
that-
than the left shoulder pad.
The Voodoo murders. That was based on a real case, was it not?
Loosely. So you know nothing about the mutilation killings?
Well, only that those missing zoo wolves have attacked and partially eaten people out in the country. If you are researching this case, Herr Knight, I would be happy to assist. It's rather exciting, isn't it? I mean, you don't plan on getting too close to the actual wolves, I hope.
I'd rather not. Well, thanks for your offer. I may take you up on that. Do you know anyone with a background in animal biology?
Animal biology for your research?
Right.
Let me think. I have one client who's a professor at the university. Maybe he knows someone there. Let me check.
Yeah, take your time.
Ja, Herr Dr. Speigal, bitte. Herr Dr. Speigal? Ja, wie geht's Ihnen? Ich bin's, Übergrau. Mhm. Ich bräuchte den Namen eines Experten in Tierbiologie. Oh. Das könnte funktionieren. Ja? Ja, sehr gut. Recht herzlichen Dank. Ihnen auch. Auf Wiederhören. So. Good. There is a lab at the University Biology Department. They may be able to help you there. Just tell them Herr Dr. Speigal sent you.
Sounds great. Thanks. What is a jagshine? Does that make sense?
Yeah, Jagdschein. It is a permit for killing animals, you know, a sport.
You mean hunting? It's a hunting license?
Yes, hunting license.
What would a zoo official want with a hunting license?
But indeed.
Have you ever heard of the Königlich Bayerische Hofjagdloge?
Königlich Bayerische Hofjagdloge. No, sounds like a men's sport club.
What does the name translate to exactly?
Oh, the Royal Bavarian Hunting Lodge, more or less.
A hunting lodge, huh? Well, well.
Well, well. Wait. I want to share with you. Take a look at something here. Let's see. Available. Yep. Okay. So let's switch to this view. Whoop. Here's Marienplatz. Let's take a look over here. Wait, let me take over here. Okay. So here it is in all of its glory on Google Street View. It's pretty full because it's the one from September 2022. But We'll switch to another view. Then we'll have this. Wait, where's the cuckoo clock store? Oh no, they ran out of business. So anyway, it's all here. It's all here. You can go and visit it. Okay. Now, we talk to him and... Okay. Let's leave the office.
Well, I guess I'd better get going.
Well, enjoy your stay.
Joseph Austin tipped $10, my 2 cents. Always a joy to see this game.
Thank you, Joseph Austin. And it's not 2 cents, it's $10. So thank you for that. Oh man, Vidal Sassoon. Yeah, I bet he washes his hair with Vidal Sassoon. I haven't heard that name since the 90s.
What should I mail?
What should I mail? I have to spell out everything for ya. Nope. Okay.
Better mail that letter to Gracie.
Now, I always wondered if they were able to fit in 9 hours of the, or around 9 hours, let's say 7 hours of footage in this game, because they had better compression than they did in Phantasmagoria, which was released 4 months before Gabriel Knight 2, or was it because in Phantasmagoria a lot of the videos were duplicated in multiple CDs because you could do the same thing, like you could have something done on day 1 or on day 2 or on day 3, and they'd have to have the video of you doing it on each one of these CDs, so that would waste space on those CDs. While in Gabriel Knight, what you do in chapter 1 is like, you know, like a closed location in which you need to do everything in order to get to chapter 2. Nothing you need to do in chapter 1 can be done in chapter 2. So maybe that's the reason. But maybe they had better compression. Bye, Dan. Thanks for joining. Umberkun says, unfortunately, this is from an era of Sierra that I skipped out on.
Hi, is there someone here that...
Which is quite interesting because this is the era of Sierra in which I got invested in Sierra games. Because I was a LucasArts fan for quite a while, because I really hated the fact that you could die in Sierra games. But back in 94 or even 93, they stopped with the dead ends, and you would have a try again button when you die, like you had in Leisure Suit Larry and in King's Quest 7, and then in Phantasmagoria 1, then Phantasmagoria 2. So this is actually the era of Sierra in which I got more invested in Sierra games than ever before.
Speaks English?
I speak English. Were you looking for the biology lab?
Yes, my name's Gabriel Knight. I was recommended to you by Herr Dr. Spiegel.
Ah, yes. My name is Michael. I'll do the work for you whenever you're ready.
Whenever I'm ready. Okay, so we have the paw print.
Could you look at a paw print for me?
Sure, okay. God, this is heavy. What is this, cement?
It's all out of plaster Paris.
Well. Yeah. Wolf?
Really? Can you tell what species?
It is impossible to tell from a print, except...
Except?
Yeah, I thought so. It is very big for a wolf. Very big. Looks like maybe 68, 70 kilograms.
And that's big for a wolf.
This is huge. Most wolves don't weigh so much as they look. The hair is thicker, which makes them look bigger. But that's why I checked the book. Most species don't get so big.
How big does Canis lupus lupus get?
Canis lupus
On
lupus.
average, 38 to 40 kilograms. North American wolf, 35 kilograms. Only the Alaskan timber wolf maybe gets so big, but even for that species, 70 kilograms would be huge.
Very interesting. Thanks.
How big does Canis lupus lupus get?
Could you analyze this hair?
Let's see. What kind of hair is it?
Well, I was kind of hoping you'd tell me.
Of course, but it would help to have a general idea. It's definitely not human.
Isn't it?
It's canine, I think. Red, brown. The tips are lighter, which indicates a thick undercoat.
Can you identify the species?
Let me see. Yeah. Yeah. It's not canine. The tips are too broad. Looks more like wolf.
Wolf hair. Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure. These don't match any of the species in the book either.
So what is it?
It could be, how do you say, mix-up?
A mix-up? You mean a hybrid?
Hybrid. Oh, is that when the wolf and the dog, yeah?
Right.
Yeah, could be a hybrid, maybe. Wolf, dog, two wolf species. A wolf and something else. Otherwise, I'm not sure. It's more wolf than dog, but it doesn't match any species in the book, you see?
I see. Thanks. Could a hybrid get as big as whatever made that paw print?
Sure. The hybrid might be bigger than the wolf. If the other species were big, a very big dog, perhaps. You see, the paw print looks like a wolf, but that doesn't mean that the whole animal looks like a wolf.
Look at that fidgeting. This is from the Phantasmagoria 2 school of fidgeting. Glad to have you back, Big Kahuna. Maybe now that I'm playing the game on stream, you could let us know which parts in the game you worked on. I know that Steve Conrad worked on the wolf chase and on the programming of the wolf chase, and Rich Powell worked on the animation of the wolf chase.
Could you look at this hair sample now?
Yeah.
Maybe the lock shop.
This is not the same as the other hair.
It isn't.
Very different. Maybe wolf though. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah.
Canis Lupus Lupus tipped $20. The accents in this game give me pause for thought.
Thank you, Canis Lupus Lupus, for your donation and for that very interesting observation about the accents in this game.
Aha. Yes. Canis lupus lupus. European wolf.
And the other was definitely not Canis Lupus Lupus.
No,
Canis
it
Lupus
was
Lupus.
not at all the same. The other was...
It's the Canis Lupus Lupus drinking game. Every time someone says Canis Lupus Lupus, you have to drink.
Thank you.
Okay. We got our Canis Lupus Lupuses.
I have to go.
Oh, wait a minute. I should give you a report to take with you. Yeah. It summarizes my impressions of the 2 hair samples and the paw print. Yeah?
Great. I appreciate it.
Good luck, Mr. Knight.
So Big Kahuna says that he ran to have lunch with his wife, to which he made a wedding proposal on the Space Quest 6 marquee. So everything is Sierra oriented in this live stream. Okay. What are we missing? Joseph Austin says, Big Kahuna, did Sierra programmers ever leave funny comments in the code? I've always wished we could retrieve the code from old games instead of decompiles. Well, Joseph, Big Kahuna has some of the original code, and I even posted some of it on Twitter, I think, and on Facebook. So he has the original code with the comments from, I think, Freddy Farkas. And maybe not Space Quest 6. And another thing. Maybe Leisure Suit Larry 5. Yeah, Joseph, I posted it. I posted a screenshot of Freddy Farkas because there was a huge debate of whether or not Bill Shockley wrote the intro for Freddy Farkas with the ball hopping from word to word in the karaoke part. So he sent me a screenshot of that. So We have the code. We have everything. Everything at our disposal. Oop.
Entschuldige Sie bitte, aber das ist ein privater Club.
Guten Tag. We get.
Oh God, you have mistakenly entered a private establishment.
This is the Konaglitch Bay Richhofter Lodge, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Do you have business here?
Look at that fidgeter.
Do you know Herr Dr. Klingman?
I do not discuss whom I do or do not know. This is a confidential establishment.
My name's Gabriel Knight. I'm an avid hunter. I was given your name by a friend.
Really? Tell me more.
Well, me and the boys back home, we're always out shooting them pesky animals. I thought I'd look you up while I was in town, you know, get a few pointers.
Well, that warms my heart, but I'm afraid you were misled. This is a very exclusive club. We only accept members of very prominent German families.
Families.
You wouldn't be in the market for a taxidermist, would you?
No.
Yeah.
You mentioned the terms of your membership. I am a member of a prominent German family.
Oh, and what family might that be?
My grandfather was one of the Ritters of Rittersberg.
Ritter, I've heard of the name. Can you prove you're a direct descendant?
You're not going to just take my word for it?
No. Do you have proof?
Well, this isn't the worst no in an FMV game, because we have the no from the X-Files game.
That's all the time I'll waste on you, Mr. Knight.
I didn't click on
Goodbye.
anything. What?
Goodbye.
I'm being kicked out of the club? What? Okay. Anyway, this isn't the worst no in an FMV game. We had the no in the X-Files game, in which the entire scene was like, I don't know, half a second of the detective saying no. This it was well lit. Okay.
Hi. Have a seat, please.
How are you? Would you say the Ritter family tree is respectable?
Absolutely. The Ritters can trace Germanic roots back 1,000 years.
Do y'all have any paperwork on file that would prove that?
Yes, we had
I
to
hope
supply a
he
family tree
fixes
for the
his
title
shoulder
transfer.
pad.
Would you like a copy?
Please.
Frau Hogel, können Sie mir bitte eine Kopie von dem Familienstammbaum der Ritters für Herrn Knight machen? Schönen Dank.
Thanks.
Bitte schön, Herr Knight.
Ozzy says, always thought it was funny that you could just walk in and sit down and get up and leave and go back in, and he would greet you the same way every time. Well, in Phantasmagoria 2, you have a conversation with Jocelyn in which they say hi to each other like every time they start a new part of the conversation. Like, I think in the restaurant, and she says, "Hi, sweetie," and they sit next to each other. They were already seated. So the "hi, sweetie" part should have been before that, not mid-sentence, mid-conversation. Top Fuel says, I read somewhere that this game was based off an American 1987 neo-noir psychological horror film called Angel Heart. Yeah, Gabriel Knight 1 was based on that, and Angel Heart was also used as reference in Phantasmagoria 2. Phantasmagoria 2 has Jacob's Ladder, and Angel Heart as inspirations for the, some of the cinematography in Jacob's Ladder, which I saw after I played Phantasmagoria 2, is very similar to the one used in Phantasmagoria 2. Even the part when there's a character on a gurney and you can see the wheel of that gurney flapping, and it's the same with Phantasmagoria 2. So, yeah, watch Angel Heart and watch Jacob's Ladder in case you didn't in the past, and you'll notice how much was ripped off from both of these movies in Gabriel Knight and Phantasmagoria 2. Okay, we're good to go.
Well, I guess I'd better get going.
Well, enjoy your stay.
In general, not just the cinematography, Jacob's Ladder, there are a lot of plot points that are very similar to Phantasmagoria 2, with not knowing what's real and what's not. And various things I don't want to spoil to people who haven't watched the movie yet.
Hi.
You again? What is it now?
I tell you, I am a Ritter of Rittersburg.
And I tell you, I need proof.
You need proof, come on. We have proof. Boom. Yeah.
Here you go.
I see. Well, I must congratulate you. I had no idea. Your family owns Schloss Ritte in Rittersburg?
Yeah.
Why, yes. Yes, we do.
Well, I'm sorry if I have been rude. For an American of your type, well, I bow to your lineage, Herr Knight.
Think nothing of it, old man. When do we get started?
It's Xavier, sir. And I'm afraid we don't. Having the proper papers is only the beginning. You must still be invited to join by a current member.
Wait a minute. You told me you wanted a family tree, and I got you one. I don't appreciate being strung along like some poor relation.
Might I interrupt? I couldn't help but overhear. Sarah, are you bullying our guest?
Entschuldige Sie bitte die Unterbrechung, aber er besteht darauf, mit Ihnen zu sprechen. Er gehört zur Ritters Family von Rittersburg.
You are a member of the Ritter family? Of Rittersburg, Bavaria?
Yes. What used to be Bavaria, anyway?
Well, it will always be Bavaria to us. Might I see those papers? I see. Well, you must tell me all about how you ended up in America, Herr Ritter, and about your hunting there. You are a hunter, are you not?
It's Knight now. Gabriel Knight. And yeah, I hunt. Absolutely.
Very good. Gabriel Knight. Gabriel, like the angel.
Indeed.
Join us. My name is von Glover. Baron Friedrich von Glover.
But Baron...
Herr Knight is right.
Do I know any German? No, I don't know German tricks.
I'm formally inviting him.
I know Romanian.
Meet
If
my
it helps.
Chin up, Saver. That's a good man.
Ich möchte das nicht hier mit Ihnen besprechen.
Ich bitte um Entschuldigung. Ich habe wirklich keine Ahnung, warum.
Gentlemen, I'd like you to meet Herr Knight. Herr Knight is a hunting enthusiast from America. He will be joining us for a while as my guest. It will give us a chance to stimulate our language skills and perhaps our brains as well, no? Let me introduce you. Herr Knight, this is Baron von Zell. Herr Dr. Kligman.
We've met.
I'll be darned. Small world, hey, Doc?
The distinguished gentleman at the bar is Herr von Eigner.
A pleasure, Herr Knight.
Next to him, Herr Hannemann.
Guten Abend.
English Herr Hannemann. We want to be hospitable. Herr Hannemann is a politician, and they always try to get away with things. You must be firm.
Don't forget about me.
And this is our Herr Price.
I'm by far the best of the group. Very interesting. Herr Knight.
Well, it's nice to meet all of you. Hopefully we'll be hunting together soon.
That sounds so physical. Right now, there are more relaxing activities, like drinking beer, right, Herman?
Good idea. Shall we? Pour Herr Knight some beer, Hannemann. Or perhaps you would care for wine instead.
Beer is fine.
And he drinks beer too. It's wunderbar.
Tut mir leid, Sie zu unterbrechen, Herr Baron. Aber ich muss leider gehen.
You may go if you wish, Gar.
I should leave too, Baron. I have work. Good night to you all.
My God, I never thought I'd see the day when two good Germans walk out on 2 full mugs of Weizenbier.
Well, you have your vices, and I have mine. I'm afraid to say so, gentlemen, but I have an appointment in a few minutes. Baron, my lord and master, good night to you. Good night. I am intrigued.
I must apologize, Herr Knight. Apparently, this is not the best evening for a new arrival.
You've been very kind. I'm kind of tuckered out myself, actually. Perhaps I could come by tomorrow.
Oh, please do. We normally meet here in the evening, but you may come here anytime you wish. I'll inform Xaver. Take my card. It has my home address. If you care to chat, come by.
Thank you. Good night. Gentlemen?
Gute Nacht, Herr Knight. Schlaf gut.
Now that look.
Also.
Yeah. Down.
Yep. I'm Bea.
Yeah.
Hannemann. Sigade.
All right. Chapter 2. Okay. Let's see what's going on in the chat. So, FYI, it says Albu means white. That's true. It's the Romanian equivalent to, you know, white as a family name or vice as a family name in Europe. And Herr Price actor got his finger bitten off in real life a few years back by a bum. Wow. This could have been a great plot point in Gabriel Knight 4. What else? They are all playing the Canis Lupus Lupus drinking game. And that's it. Let's see. Okay. So it's interesting because the von Glauer says that Gabriel joining the club is a great way for them to stimulate their English and their English skills. And in real life, I heard a conversation, an interview with Peter J. Lucas, who's the actor who plays von Glauer, and he says a very similar thing. He says that he's usually not interviewed in English, so it would be a great opportunity for him to brush up on his English skills. So he used the same phrase in real life. Maybe this was unscripted. Maybe he actually meant it.
I told you I will if this doesn't work out. There's still a couple of months before they close applications. No, I don't know that yet. Mom, will you please speak English? I'm not a sales clerk. I don't know what you should tell him. Just tell him that I'm gonna be here a while longer. I'm not ready for that yet. I have to go, Mom. I have to go. I'll call you later. Love you. Bye. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I just love Blake Backlash, don't you?
He's something all right.
Oh, he's so masculine and so handsome and, well, sexy. It just about took my breath away when he seduced that female sidekick of his. What is her name?
Fujitsu.
That's right, Fuji, he called her. You have read the book.
That'll be $24.50.
She just melted, didn't she? Fuji, I mean. They just don't make men like that anymore.
You would think so, wouldn't you?
Is it true that the author owns this bookstore?
That's what they tell me.
Of course, he must be awfully busy. Say, is there a good time when I might stop by? You know, if I wanted to get a look at him?
I wouldn't if I were you. He's awfully shy. It's his face. There was an accident.
Oh.
A terrible accident.
Oh. Thank you.
Gracie, something's come up. I'm on a new case. Too bad you're not here to help, but Gerda can handle any research I need. I know I have a lot to decide, but that and the new book are going to have to wait. I have a feeling this is important.
Gerda. I don't think so.
Bon Voyage Travel. Best travel agency out there.
I need to see Gabriel, please.
I'm sorry, Herr Knight's not here.
He's great.
You must be Grace. I think we spoke on the phone.
Uh-huh. When is Gabriel due back?
I don't know. He's gone for some time. Maybe you would like to stay at the castle and wait for him?
I don't have much choice, do I?
So much hair.
Ich habe nicht gewusst, dass einer hier ist. Ich bin hier für die Kamina fertig machen.
Yeah, it's okay. Fangen Sie ruhig an.
The what now? So a lot of people are discussing whether or not why the fan of the book bought another copy of the book. And Gary makes an interesting point. She wanted to meet the author, and she suspected the author owned the shop. So what better way to meet the author? And I think that, you know, when you buy multiple books, then you have multiple. You can use it as on multiple occasions to get the author to sign the book. Because if you get the book signed once, the author won't sign it again. But if you have multiple books, then you can use each one of them as an opportunity to meet the author. That's my theory. And this live stream is sponsored by Choose Your Life, Choose Your Story, Choose Your Life by Dean Erickson, now available on Amazon. Get your copy now. Also, this live stream is sponsored by Achieve, Adapt, and Act. Again, by Dean Erickson. Get your copy today. Has 5 stars on Amazon with 1 rating. And Choose Your Story, Choose Your Life has 4 stars from 5 ratings. Dean Erickson. Get your copy now. Back to the game.
Gerda?
Yes?
Where is Gabriel?
I don't know exactly.
Surely he said something when he left. You must have been here when his new case came up.
I was here.
What was it about? Was it around here?
All I know is that he was going somewhere near Munich. I honestly do not know where he is staying.
Really should ask Jane about Grace's personality in this game.
You must know something about Gabriel's new case.
It is not my business to talk or not to talk about it. Gabriel took the case for someone else.
Really? Who?
Werner Huber. He runs the Gasthof in town.
So, how do you like working with Gabriel?
It is fine.
Mm-hmm. Do you get along with him okay?
He is the Ritter
Jeez,
heir.
Grace.
What are you working on?
Plans for the castle.
Oh, what are you having done?
Lights, phones, plumbing, all new. Should have been done many years ago, but there was no money. Also, things need to be fixed. The stones. The castle is very old. Everything needs work.
Is Gabriel planning to live here permanently then?
Why not? It is his castle now.
I thought he might, sell it.
Sell it? He would not do that. The castle belongs to the Ritters.
Gabriel mentioned in his letter that
Well, normally I do research for him. It's more or less my field, and if there's anything he needs to get done, I'd be happy to take care of it.
He did ask me to check some things for him, but I couldn't let someone else do the work.
I understand, really. But if Gabriel knew that I was already here, see, that I was around, he'd want me to do it.
I'm sorry. If I do hear from him, I'll ask him what he would prefer. Until then, I must do the work he asks me to do.
I'm curious. I was just wondering, what was it Gabriel asked you to research?
Just some things.
Some things about?
He asked me to check the Schattenjäger library for any record of other cases about, any other cases like this one.
The long pause.
Gabriel asked you to find other cases like this one? Well, that shouldn't be too tough. For you, I mean. So, what was this new case about again?
I cannot discuss the case with you. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. Why don't you go look around the area? I'm sure you could find something to do.
Gee, thanks.
Jeez.
Gerda, there's a locked door in Gabriel's bedroom. Do you know where it goes?
It goes to the
Straight to
Schattenjäger
hell.
library.
That's where all the Schattenjäger records are kept?
Yes.
Why is the door locked?
Gabriel doesn't want the workmen in there.
Oh. Can I get the key?
No. The library is for Schattenjägers only.
Well, thanks.
All right.
And now for a word from our sponsor. This live stream is sponsored by Exercise Star by Abstar. This is like an FMV game. I mean, you guys may be buff, but are you Gabriel Knight buff? Back to the game.
That must be Gabriel's car. I wonder where the keys are.
Your back pocket.
Guten Tag. Sind Sie Werner Huber?
Yes. Huh. You are an American, huh?
Guess I haven't quite got the accent down, huh? I'm a friend of Gabriel Knight. I'm staying at the castle.
Good.
Long pause.
You're the proprietor of this Gasthof?
Yes.
It's very nice. Do you mainly serve food and drinks here?
Oh, we have guest rooms upstairs, too. Yeah.
Oh? Does Rittersburg get a lot of tourists?
Some, not so many know about this place. It is perhaps better that way. Germans on holiday come here. Foreigners find their way here one way or another.
You speak English very well.
Yes.
How did you learn it?
Wolfgang taught
From
some of
Adventure
us.
Games.
He thought we should know.
Really? Why?
It is a very good question, is it not?
I never got to meet Gabriel's great uncle. What was he like?
Oh, he was a true Schattenjäger, yeah, like in the old days. He knew things.
What kinds of things?
Things. He had, how do you say it, the sight. He was a very good man to go to when you needed advice.
It must have been hard for the town when Wolfgang died.
Yeah, it was bad, yes. But not a surprise. Gerda knew. It was harder on her than the rest of us.
Really? Were she and Wolfgang close? You said Wolfgang was a true Schattenjäger. I suppose Gabriel... I mean, he's probably not what you expected.
Oh, we shall see with that one. Yeah, one cannot know the quality of the iron until it has been in the fire. Eh? We shall see.
We shall see.
Tell me about Rittersburg.
It is a small town, private. We keep our business to ourselves.
You mean about the Schattenjägers?
Oh, the Schattenjägers, sure. The Schattenjägers are of this place, and this place is of them.
Uh-huh.
We believe in the old ways here. It has not changed much over the centuries. We still remember what the rest of the world has forgotten.
And that is?
That life is a battle between the light and the dark. Do you know this?
I think I mentioned that I was a friend of Gabriel Knight.
Yes.
Well, I came to help him on a case. A Schattenjäger case.
That is good.
Well, we got our wires crossed and he'd already left by the time I got here. But Gerda mentioned that he was on a case for you.
No, not for me. For my cousin, Sepp.
Lots of cousins around here. Is Sepp in town?
No, he and his wife went north for a few weeks. He does not live in Rittersberg anyway.
Oh. Well, perhaps you can help me then.
How do you mean?
Wow.
Gerda's not sure where Gabriel is exactly, but you know where I can find him, don't you?
It is not my business to tell people where to find the Schattenjäger. It is maybe not so safe, you see.
Yes, I do see, and I appreciate your caution, really. But we worked together on his last case, and believe me, you'd be doing him a favor.
If he wants you to help him, he will have to contact you at the castle and tell you where he is himself.
Great. Do you know how long Gabriel will be gone?
If he is a good Schattenjäger, he will not come back until he has done what must be done. If he is not, who can say? Maybe he will not come back at all.
What must be done? Can you tell me what Gabriel's case is about?
What?
Not specifically, of course, but in general. On our last case, we had to deal with a voodoo cult. I was just thinking if I just knew what he was up against, maybe I could do some research.
Well...
He left so quickly, I guess. He didn't have time to investigate here at all. And the Schottenjäger archives might have something pertinent in them, if I knew what to look for, that is.
Yes, that is true. There is much to be learnt from the Schottenjäger past.
Exactly. Gabriel is new at this, you know? And Wolfgang's not around to give him advice.
All right, young lady. I will tell you what it is you need to look for.
Yes?
Werewolf.
Werewolf?
Werewolf.
Okay.
Gabriel's new case involves werewolves?
You don't believe in such things.
I don't know. It's a little outside.
If you truly want to be an aid to a Schottenjäger, you will have to believe in such things. Things that are outside. If you cannot...
All right. A werewolf. What do you know about them? Werewolves, that is.
Some things. This is not the first time that Rittersberg has seen the work of a werewolf, or even a werewolf itself.
Really?
Oh, no, not in my lifetime, you understand. But I was told of it when I was a boy. One was brought to town. It had killed many people. The Schottenjäger caught him. He was tried here.
When was this?
1700s, I think, somewhere around in there.
Thanks.
Thanks. So yeah, Joseph, she literally watched ghost-possessed things and survived the voodoo ritual, but werewolves seems a bit odd. You have the same problem with, with Indiana Jones. He saw what the Lost Ark is capable of, but then he talks about the Holy Grail as something that's, some mumbo-jumbo. And even in subsequent movies, again, he doesn't believe that something might or might not happen, or it's too out there for it to be actually real. Once you see something weird, then you should believe that weird things can happen. That's it. That's the rule. Now, Joseph also had a fair warning for everyone that this is probably the most boring chapter in the whole game, which is why we'll flip for words from our sponsors from time to time. So let's hear another word from our sponsor. The song Imagine How It Would Be by Dean Erickson.
Tough times try the soul, the body, and the mind. These are times to do our best to leave no one behind. Share the love you have and share the laughs you make. Give what you can give to lessen others' ache. Imagine how it would be. Imagine how it would feel to change the world now. Imagine how it would be together, you and me. Let's change the world now. Oh, change the world. Change the world now.
Wait, actually, it's not a word from our sponsor. By me playing this song, this video will get demonetized and all of the profits from the ads would go to Dean. So we're his sponsors, if anything.
The world may not give will not know, but the life you help's important. The gifts you give will grow. When all is said and done, and tough times turn to right, make sure that you can say that you helped somebody's life. Imagine how it would be. Imagine how it would feel to change the world now. Imagine how it would be together, you and me. Let's change the world now. Oh, change the world. Change the world now.
So actually, this is a great way to get Dean Erickson's attention to this live stream, because on YouTube, when you reach like 500 or 700 followers or so, then, or even less because he has 100 followers, YouTube lets you know when people are using parts of your videos. Like, for example, now that I played this song, then he would get a notification on his dashboard, on his YouTube dashboard, that would say that 100% of your video was used in that video. So he'd get a link to this live stream. And so if you're watching this, hi Dean, please join me in the next live stream. Back to the game. Okay. What else do we have here? We have this.
Pretty damn cute. I wonder who he is. I don't want to disturb him.
I do. But, you know, kidding aside, I talk to Dean Erickson every year. We have a specific date in which I contact him and tell him again about Conversations with Curtis and Tech Talk with Daniel. And he says, and I ask him again to join us for a live stream, or me for a live stream, or me for an interview. And he politely declines and tells me to contact him the following year. So every time around New Year's, I contact him, and then I get declined, and I contact him the following year. But this year, when I talked to him, I knew that I would have a conversation with Jane Jensen later in the year, which is next week. And so I asked him if he has a question for Jane. And he did. And so in the QA section of my conversation with Jane, I'll have a question from Dean Erickson. So this is the best you could get, because he's not joining us for an interview or live stream. So this is a question from Dean to Jane. That's what you'll get from Dean in 2024 from our channel. Back to the game.
Hallo, meine Dame. Kann ich Ihnen behilflich sein?
Hallo, wie geht es Ihnen?
Gut, danke. Und Ihnen?
Gut. Ich bin hier auf Urlaub und...
Let's try English, shall we?
Let's try
Yes.
English.
I've been studying German at home, and I thought I knew a lot, but it's so different now that I'm actually here.
Books alone are poor language teachers. You'll pick it up. Is there something I can help you with?
Yeah, sure. Let's talk about everything.
My name is Grace Nakamura. I'm staying at Schloss Ritter, and you are...
You may call me Herr Habermas. Welcome to Rittersberg, Miss Nakamura.
It's nice to meet you, Herr Habermas. What can you tell me about Rittersberg?
It is a very old town. The walls around it were built in 1438, but the city is a few centuries older than that.
Have there always been Ritters in Rittersberg?
Yes, Martin Ritter built the castle in 1223, and the town grew up around it. I'm proud to say we still have Ritter blood here to this day.
What is this building?
This is the Rathaus.
The town hall? Oh, thank you. Do you keep old town records here? Criminal trial records?
Yes, we have files going back to the 12th century.
Great. Werner Huber told me about a local trial that supposedly involved a werewolf. I'd like to learn more about it.
What was the date?
Sometime in the 1700s?
I'm afraid I would need a more specific time frame. We have many, many files.
Yes, of course. Thanks for your time.
Certainly.
Thanks.
Good day.
Okay, so Jaikun had a great idea. Again, I'm using these ideas because chapter 2 is kind of boring, so it might be more interesting to do these things in addition to playing the game. So Dragoon says there was an earlier stream where static image Spoonie was included. Maybe we can do that for Dean to get more of his attention. Well, actually, that's a great idea. So a little background on what we did back then. Back then it was after daylight savings, and since Spoonie lives in Arizona, then they don't have daylight savings. So he didn't know that we started the stream. It was supposed to be an hour earlier, but he couldn't join because, again, he didn't have daylight savings. So for him, he joined the same time he usually does. And so I had a photo of Spoonie instead of him for the part of the stream in which he wasn't part of. So that's a great idea. I should do the same with Dean, which is what I'm doing now. Okay, Dean. Good thing I have Photoshop. Okay, now let's add the image. Image. Dean. Okay, and there you have it. We have Dean. If you guys have any questions for him, there he is. You can ask him anything. So Dean, what's your favorite chapter in the game? Okay. Yeah, Bikahuna, you're always early for the streams, like 3 hours early. Screwdriver is like the ultimate inventory item in FMV games. What? Oh, there. Sorry. Dean, don't get closer. Don't get closer, Dean. Stop it! Stop it! Hmm. Wait, so if I need to talk to Dean, how do I... like this? Hi, Dean.
Someone's been using this passageway.
How would you know that? Hey Dean, you want my Rubik's Cube in the meantime? While I'm playing the game? Good one, Clement. Okay, let's see what we have here.
How convenient. When the lord of the manor is slipping through the passageway to his amorous adventures, he can pick up a few flowers.
Let me guess. Gerda's bedroom. What a surprise.
The weird voiceover. She phoned it in. Okay, Big Kahuna, if you're in the chat and still watching, who is this guy? Let's see if you can tell. I mean, he's playing Wolfgang in the game, but who is he in real life?
That must be Wolfgang.
No, it's
Something
not,
to
lady.
remember him by, I guess.
Exactly. Bill Davis. Well done, Big Kahuna. Okay, take a step back, Dean, because there's some things here that... Dean cannot be moved. Dean stays put. Okay. Let's keep playing. Okay, so we have the key. And we looked at Bill Davis. Again. In the meantime, let's take another break and hear from our sponsor, Dean Erickson, with his song, When Willows Fall.
It's been a long time since I've seen this town. The past is overgrown. It looks a little different now. This place that I have known, there's a few more houses, a few new signs, a new highway running through.
I mean, this song could actually work in Gabriel Knight.
That will never change are the memories I have of you when willows fall and your dreams come tumbling down. When willows fall, your memories linger on.
He's hitting those high notes. Let's play. Now that we have the key to the secret. Yeah, Bikahuna, you're welcome to sponsor and get your channel on here. Give a $20 donation, I'll show one of the shorts from your YouTube channel. I mean, this entire live stream is unhinged as it is, so, you know. What's another sponsorship?
Books on the occult. Here we go. Vampires, witchcraft, ghosts, Asian spirits. Lycanthropes.
Speaking of unhinged, yeah. Yeah, Dan. Well done.
How did you get in here?
Oh my god.
Oh,
This is
hi.
awkward.
How did you unlock the door?
With a key, lady. The fake key. Yeah, show them,
Oh, I
Robert
see.
Holmes.
All right. Look, let's just drop all the pretense, okay? Obviously, I found the passageway. I know what's been going on in this little Alpinian love nest, and really, I couldn't care less. If you want to screw around with your employer, that's none of my business. But what I won't put up with is this assisting the Schottenjäger crap. I gave up school to work on this stuff because I thought it was important. I'm doing the research that Gabriel wanted, and so help me, I'm gonna be doing more than just research this time around. And I'm not gonna sit around and wait for him to call and give me permission. And if you don't like it, it's just too damn bad!
Okay, fine. You do the damn research.
Jesus.
Damn it.
Damn it. I overacted, not overreacted. I overacted. That's what she should have said. By the way, I didn't show you guys. This thing has like 1 million CDs. Because you get Gabriel Knight 2 and 1 and the soundtrack with like 1 million CDs. Grab this. Dragon says, I wonder how Leah Remini would have done this part if she was Grace again in Gabriel Knight 2. Well, that's a great question. I presume that, Grace's change of personality, it's not because of the actress change, but because it was in the script. Maybe the overacting is more of an acting choice by Joanne, but other than that, I think that's the way it was written. So, I guess Leah Remini would have done the same thing because that's the script. Okay. Let's open the book. The Lycanthrope book.
Chapter 3. Lycanthropy. There are two categories of werewolf cases: false or lycanthropic disorder cases and genuine werewolf cases. Lycanthropic disorder. Lycanthropic disorder is a mental condition in which the subject, called a lycanthrope, believes that he or she is a werewolf. The subject does not actually change shape, but is nevertheless capable of being as dangerous as an actual werewolf. Most cases of supposed werewolfery are really the work of lycanthropic disorder victims, man to beast. In real werewolves, a physical change to wolf form does occur. The change can be voluntary, at will, or can be forced by certain cycles of the moon and certain sounds, such as howling.
So, because they had so little time to record these voiceovers, so they would take either the first or the second take for each one of these readings. So take that into account when listening to this.
Werewolves and immortality. Werewolves are immune from aging and from most physical diseases due to the constant regeneration of their physical tissue. They can therefore be virtually immortal, However, they can be killed by any wound that destroys the heart or the brain, or any form of death that causes brain or heart damage, such as hanging or other oxygen deprivation methods. The mind of a werewolf. Though primarily a true wolf while in wolf form, there is some proof that the werewolf retains enough knowledge to assist his killing. Recognition of victims, evasion of traps, and human cunning have all been seen on werewolf cases. Becoming a werewolf. There are several ways to become a werewolf. They include being given the power of shape-shifting through sorcery, being cursed by someone whom you have wronged in some way, called the Lyconia curse, being bitten by a werewolf, and being born to a werewolf. In each case, the blood of the subject becomes tainted or cursed. Damnation. A person who becomes a werewolf against his will, birth, curse, or bite, is not completely damned until he tastes of human blood. Once he does, his soul is eternally damned and nothing may redeem him. Even without tasting of human blood, however, as long as the taint lays upon the immortal soul, it cannot enter into heaven and will remain chained to the mortal plane upon death. Werewolf packs. Like real wolves, werewolves can live alone for many years, yet the instinct for a pack often leads them away from their secretive lifestyles into revealing their nature to a priest or close associate, or converting another to werewolfery for companionship. This is when the otherwise cagey werewolf opens himself to detection. Werewolf packs cause immense destruction. A pack consists of one werewolf who became a werewolf through sorcery, birth, or curse. In other words, his is the original tainted blood. This werewolf is called the alpha werewolf. The remaining werewolves in the pack are called beta werewolves because they became werewolves through the bite of the alpha and carry the alpha's tainted blood. Alpha and beta werewolves. The relationship between alpha and beta werewolves is a complex one. Once a subject is bitten by a werewolf, his or her life and death are doomed to the werewolf curse. The victim does, however, have some hope. As long as they themselves do not taste of human blood, the curse is reversible. If the alpha werewolf is killed through some action of the beta's curse is broken. It is important to note that whether the beta werewolf was bitten by the alpha werewolf himself or by another beta, it is the alpha who must be destroyed, the source of the original tainted blood. It is also an interesting note that since betas and alphas share the same common blood, an alpha cannot physically harm a beta of his own bloodline by his own hand without inflicting the same injury upon himself. However, if a beta is harmed or killed by another, it does not affect the alpha.
So this is an interesting part because it shows the shift that was in computer games at the time, because in the early 90s and late 80s, you would have all of this, you'd have a manual that would have all of the backstory and a lot of the backstories of the characters and things like this. While in this game, didn't have it in the big box, it was part of the game. So I think if this game would have been released in the early 90s or late 80s, all of these texts would be in the big box and not part of the game. That's my theory on
Symptoms of
the
werewolf
lore of Gabriel Knight.
When hunting for a werewolf, it is important to remember that your biggest clues will come through your suspects' personalities. Becoming a werewolf is not transparent, no matter how the victim tries to hide it. The tainted subhuman blood greatly alters the subject's own mind and personality, even physical appearance. Therefore, look for symptoms in your human suspects that include increasing violence, increasing aggression, unprovoked rages, insomnia, restlessness, and other bizarre behavior. Unfortunately, over time, these symptoms can be brought under control, so do not rely upon them exclusively. A good example of this comes from a case reported by the ancient priesthood society, Manos del Sol of Brazil. A rash of werewolf killings there was tracked to a high-ranking officer in the army. The society became aware of the man mainly through rumors of his violent behavior and changed personality. The case was successfully resolved with the man's capture. Manos del Sol, Men of the Sun? I wonder if they're like Schottenjägers, only Brazilian.
Okay. Thank you, Grace. This was great. You know, after that unhinged scene before, it was nice to hear your calm voice reading all these texts out loud. Wait, we had a letter.
4th of March, 1864. To King Ludwig II, most gracious ruler of all Bavaria. I beg your forgiveness for my forthrightness in this letter, but I fear terribly for your Majesty's safety and thus have no time for subtlety. I have heard that the one they call the Black Wolf is close to your Highness. I have been investigating this man for reasons I cannot name at present, and I have learned that he is extremely dangerous and can only have the most dire of motives at heart in anything he pursues. I beg your Highness only this. Please do not see this man alone, nor even with your servants only to guard you. I promise you, all will be made clear very shortly when my investigation is complete. For now, only keep yourself safe. Your most grateful servant, Christian von Ritter, Schloss Ritter, Rittersburg, Bavaria.
Awesome. Okay. Let's do some more reading.
The Journal of Victor Ritter.
Oh no.
Numerous deaths at the hands of a marauding wolf being recorded in a neighboring county, I set out to see if I could determine the cause. There had been rumors of a werewolf, and the dark signs did indeed seem to be present. The deaths had all occurred within a 40-kilometer range of woods, and at the heart was the village of Alfing. My assistant and I set a trap a short distance from the village. Though the beast had shown a propensity for human flesh, livestock had also been taken. It was a newling lamb we loosed in the thicket as a lure. We awaited downwind. For 2 nights the lamb bleated to no purpose, and once we had to fend off a hungry fox. But at last the beast himself took the bait. I might have missed him. The night was so dark, and the wolf himself was black. But my assistant saw the light of his eyes, and I heard the lamb's cries turn fearful. He had the poor dumb lamb by the throat when we sprang.
Sprang.
He was swift and might have escaped, but his fatal mistake was to attack rather than run. My dagger struck through his chest and into his right lung. As I had agreed, we bound the wolf and tied shut its jaws. We brought it home to Rittersburg, still breathing, and turned it over to the magistrate. I pray for the man's unfortunate soul. May the law be swift and merciful. God be praised for aiding his servant. From his hand came the strength and wisdom to end the killing. Victor Ritter, Schottenjäger, 20 April 1750.
Well played. Okay. What else do we have in our inventory? What's this?
Gracie, something's come up. I know how Grant.
Okay. We already read that.
My wallet.
My wallet. Curtis has one as well.
Bert Barkley knows more about history than I ever will, especially at this rate.
555. Okay. Yep. So it's interesting because this game has a dialogue tree when you talk to various characters, but they didn't use the dialogue tree in Phantasmagoria 2, which was released the year after. You had that whole use items from your inventory on people to start up a conversation on said items.
Hello?
Professor Barkley, this is Grace Nakamura. I'm calling from Germany.
Germany? I thought you were in New Orleans.
I was, but anyway, it's rather important or I wouldn't have bothered you. Do you know anything about King Ludwig II of Bavaria?
Well, that's a hell of a thing to ask a man in the middle of the night. Late 1800s, right?
Yes.
This isn't really my field, but I think he was crazy or something.
I wish I knew. Do you know anyone who specializes in German history?
Yeah, I have a friend at the University of Berlin. I'll ring him. What's your number there?
It's 4989-555-7878.
555.
Okay, I'll call you back if I remember this conversation in the morning anyway.
Great. Sorry again. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, bye. Yuki? Wait.
I suppose in the next Blake Backlash book, good old Fujitsu will be replaced by Hildegard.
Hard at work night?
What's wrong with you?
Hello again. Did you need something else?
Yes.
Remember that werewolf trial I'd asked you about? I have a date now. April 1750.
Excellent. Let me go look. I heard of this case when I was a boy, but I always thought it was just a scary tale. I never thought to look in the archives. It was there, all right. What did you want to know?
Long pause.
Why did they bring the wolf to Rittersburg? I know the Schattenjager lived here, but why didn't he just...
Kill it where he found it? I don't know. Let's see. Ah, yes. They wanted to know what man it was, who it was.
They brought it here so it would change back?
Yes, exactly.
What happened to the alleged werewolf?
He was interrogated for 2 days. He confessed his guilt. The trial took place on the third day, and he was sentenced to death by quartering and the stake.
Steak.
He was given a final meal. He asked to see a confessor, and this was granted. He died at dawn the following day.
They pulled off his limbs and burned him?
Don't think harshly of us, miss. That was a long time ago.
Where was the werewolf kept while it was here?
The dungeon?
By then.
There's a dungeon in the rat house basement. We don't use it anymore, of course. Haven't for many years.
Did it change back?
That's what it says. They put the wolf in a cell, and the next morning they found a man in there. A laborer from out of town identified him as Baron von Raleigh from Alfing.
Okay.
Why did they want to find out who the werewolf was?
I would guess.
I would guess. Takes the paper.
It says here that a group of villagers were sent to the werewolf's hometown once they learned its human identity.
Why? They thought there were more of them there?
In those days, the family of the identified werewolf would be in great danger. Many believed such curses were handed down through the bloodline. Was there anything else?
I suppose not. Unless, is there any way I could see the dungeon?
It would be my pleasure.
It would be my pleasure to show you where people were tortured.
Everything's been kept the way it was when the dungeon was in use. We show it off to tourists sometimes. Are you all right, miss?
You got an FMV scene stuck in her head.
Fine. It's just that this place is so claustrophobic.
I tell you what, normally this place is locked to keep out the village children. I'll leave it open. You can come and go as you please.
Would you? Thank you so much.
You are
But what if the village children come in?
Goodbye, and good luck.
Bye.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Wednesday's powers.
See a confessor.
That's the church in the square.
Umbra-kun says, Grace is psychic now? Grace can be anything she wants to be.
Did you need something else?
Who are you to stop her from being psychic?
I had a thought while I was in the dungeon.
Yes?
You mentioned that Baron von Raleigh was allowed to give a last confession. I suppose the priest was from St. George's?
I suppose it was.
Would there be a record of the last confession? It might tell us more about the Baron's life.
Good idea, young lady. Those records are in German, though, and Father Getz doesn't speak English. Do you think this would really help your Schattenjäger?
I'm not sure. It couldn't hurt.
All right. I'll write you a note. You give it to Father Getz, and he'll see if they have a record of the confession. If they do, You bring it back here to me, and I'll help you translate it, okay?
That would be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Certainly. You got my curiosity up too, you know.
Yeah, Ozzy, Wednesday does feel like an adventure game. I mean, a lot of Netflix shows feel like an FMV game of sorts. Character goes there, it goes there, goes somewhere else, show's over. Nano Z says, I remember I got so lost in this game like 15 years ago. Then maybe this live stream can serve as closure for you, given the fact that I'm not sure, we're not going to finish this today, because I'm actually listening to all of the book readings and note readings by Grace, but we'll get to the end of this chapter. Then I had a conversation a few weeks ago with Cesar Bitar from Phoenix Online, who worked on the remake of Gabriel Knight 1 for the 20th anniversary. And he said that his favorite game is Gabriel Knight 2. And so I think that next time I'll continue playing this game, I'll have him join me. Unless Dean Erickson surprises me and, you know, agrees to join me for a live stream after I played all of his songs on this particular live stream. Who knows? Let's finish just this chapter.
Hallo?
Guten Tag.
Haben Sie hat der Kirche Papiere von 1750?
Wie bitte?
Papiere, Geschichte von 1750. Gosh, how do you say that? Sprechen Sie Englisch?
Nein, leider, ich spreche nicht Englisch.
All right. Danke.
Bitte schön.
Thank you, Clement, for joining us. Bikahuna, you're not chopped liver. And you know, we talked yesterday and I thought whether or not I should invite you for this live stream. But given the fact that I wanted it to be a 4-hour live stream, I didn't want to put you through the excruciating pain of a 4-hour live stream when usually we have 2-hour live streams. But if you'd like to join for the next live stream, then sure. And you'll be more than welcome to share code from Gabriel Knight too, if you have any at your disposal. Let's give the note to the...
Entschuldigen Sie bitte.
Ja.
Das hier ist von Herrn Habermas.
Einen Moment, bitte. Das ist für Sie.
Dankeschön.
Okay, Bikahuna. So you found a bunch of old CDs. Get the Gabriel Knight 2 code, and we'll stream this game again. Again, since I'm talking to Robert Holmes and Jane Jensen next week, I'm not sure when I'll do another Gabriel Knight 2 live stream. So if I'll have another Gabriel 2 live stream, it will be with either Bikahuna or Cesar or both, or everyone except for Dean Erickson. I'll get Joanne somehow to join me for a live stream. Or Gerda. I talked to Gerda several times and we emailed her and we were just about to get her for an interview. That fizzled out for some reason. So maybe we should approach her again. So many people to talk to and so little time.
hello again. Did you need something else?
I have the church file.
Excellent. Let me see it. What's this? This is in English. It's from a lawyer in Buenos Aires. It's addressed to St. Georg's Church. The date is 1764.
What's it say?
It's a request for information about the death of Baron Klaus von Ralleck. It says it's for the family. I assume someone answered it. Curious?
What?
The seal on the envelope.
A wolf?
Okay. The last confession. The Ralleck family took the symbol of a black wolf to represent their great skill at the hunt. Let me see. Klaus von Ralleck says that he lived up to the family symbol too well. His friends nicknamed him the Black Wolf, but he confessed it was more because he was prideful and treated his villagers and women very badly. He was much feared. The Baron confesses that a life of sin brought the werewolf curse upon him. Listen to this. A gypsy camp, Hungarians, came to Alfing one day. He wanted one of their young women. He had her brought to his castle by force, and there he...
Raped her?
Raped her, yes. He intended to release her, but before he did, the girl killed herself. The next day, an old gypsy woman from the camp cursed him, saying that he was to become the shape that his name and his crimes showed his heart to be.
I see.
Soon afterwards, her curse came about. Klaus von Ralleck began to change, to run at night as wolf, to kill and eat human flesh. He begs forgiveness from God and from his wife and son. He says he welcomes his punishment, if only it will pay for his sins and save his family from further pain. That is all that is written.
Wow. Thank you.
I'll return this to Father Getz for you.
Thank you.
Good luck to you, young lady. And to your Schattenjäger.
Beacon Huna says Sabine Duval, who I worked with on Gabriel Knight 2 as well in the foreign language department, will be at the reunion. I haven't seen her in so many years. I know her from... The first I've heard of Sabine Duval was in the Current Inside Copy video of Space Quest Behind Closed Doors, the skit you guys did for Gabriel Knight, for the Space Quest Collector's Edition, where she speaks German to Barry T. Smith. That was a funny part in the skit itself. Because says, Daniel, I just checked Moby Games and for some reason they removed my name again and re-added Bill Schroeds. Haha! They just don't want you to get credit. You know, I noticed something about Moby Games. They only write the credits as is in the manual or whatever written things that are inside the big box, whether it's the manual or I don't know, whatever. If it's not written in the big box, and it's only listed in the game, it's not part of the credits. So for example, people who are part of the end credits or the manual, but not part, or people who just appear in the intro don't appear on Moby games. Bottom line, yeah, maybe they just recheck the manual so that's Bill Schroeds and that's it. Okay, what else do we have? Okay.
Herr Huber?
Yes?
Yes?
Do you know anything about King Ludwig II?
Of course. Everybody knows about Ludwig. He was the last true king Bavaria had. Why do you think I hang his portrait? Eh? Or that article on the wall? Eh? Do you know what that is? That is from the Munich newspaper the day after the king died. My great-grandfather saved it. It has been handed down to every first son. That is what Bavarians think of Ludwig.
What was Ludwig like? Why is he so revered?
Oh, he
Why
was
indeed?
a genius. He had a great mind, you know. He built castles, is what he did, and kept on building them until they killed him.
Who killed him?
Them, those politicians. They said he was crazy. Got a doctor to sign some papers. They arrested him.
Then what happened?
What do you think? They killed him. Oh, they said it was suicide. But me, I don't believe that. It was murder.
Murder. Long silence.
Thanks.
Bitte.
So that's King Ludwig II of Bavaria.
Yeah, he runs a biker gang. This guy. I think I showed him in one of the previous Gabriel Knight live streams. Let me see if I have it available. Okay. Okay, here he is. So remember his face. Now imagine him with a mohawk instead of the swig. And you get this, the guy at the bottom.
Colors and broad taste, and the guys riding in shorts and white sneakers, and like everything about the American bike scene drove me nuts, and I hated every one of these guys building these crap bikes, and I was, every chance you gave me, on my soapbox spewing venom about all these guys and their shitty bikes.
Because it was just the perfect storm.
Yeah, so Ludwig. King. Biker gang. Gabriel Knight. Full throttle. Yep.
The stupid theme bikes and the bright colors and the broad taste, and the guys riding in shorts and white sneakers, and like everything about the American bike scene drove me nuts, and I hated every one of these guys building these crap bikes, and I was, every chance you gave me, on my soapbox spewing venom about all these guys and their shitty bikes.
Okay. Ludwig talking about shitty bikes. This is the level of unhinged this live stream is getting to. Okay. I guess in a few years he'll have a problem with Corley Motors making hovercrafts instead of bikes. Okay, let's go to the library. Thank you, Joseph. I'm happy to hear that, and I'm not sure if it's true, but thank you. I mean, the only way we can top this is by showing the soft porn scenes in which Joanne has taken part in all of her IMDb listings. Okay.
I'm not quite ready to write the big hero yet.
What am I missing?
I'm not. It wasn't worth. I'm not.
Wait! What am I missing? I need to write a letter to Gabriel. I've done everything. Let's try again.
I'm not quite ready. Who should I call?
We should write a letter. No. Oh man, it's like the last thing we need to do to finish this chapter. Jeez. Okay. Let's click on everything and use everything on everything. And hopefully we'll get there. Car keys.
Do you have the keys to the car outside?
That is Gabriel's car. He doesn't even let me drive it.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
Me drive it.
Well, thanks.
All right.
Well, thanks, all right. Okay. Hopefully this is what we needed. Maybe not. Oh man. This is gonna turn into... I feel like it's gonna turn into a 5-hour live stream.
I'm not quite ready to write the big hero yet.
God damn it. Maybe the secret passage? Okay, we've been here.
Grace Nakamura.
Okay.
Grace Nakamura.
Yeah, okay, maybe we should look at this.
The castle looks huge from here. The castle looks... Grace...
Okay. Okay, we've been to her room. We read the Lycanthrope's book. Read the letter. We're missing something.
I don't want to go back into Getta's bed.
Yep. No, let's see if it's the flower. I clicked on the flowers before.
How convenient. How convenient. When the lord of the manor... How convenient. How convenient. How
convenient. How convenient.
How convenient. When the lord of the manor is slipping through the...
What's going on? Game. Get the screwdriver. Let's go back to the library.
I wonder if Christian Ritter's journal is here.
She phoned this one in as well.
Christian Ritter, born 10 January 1820, ordained a Schottenjäger, died 4 March 1864. The 4th of March. That's the date on the letter.
This is truly a completely unusable thingamabob. God damn it, game. And things are just gonna get worse in chapter 4 when we have to go through the museum and click on everything.
3 January 1864. I am now in Prussia. The beast that brought me here has so far bested me. He is secretive and skillful. He has much self-control, unlike what I'd been led to expect. He seems to know almost before I do where and when I will be stalking him. He turns up his nose at my lures. 3 more disappearances have occurred, and I'm no closer to learning his identity nor finding his lair.
The closer part
I can't even prove he took them.
Seems
Not
like
a
they
single
recorded
corpse
it
has
at a
been
different time.
March 3rd, 1864. I've had a break at last. The key was in front of me all the time. The Black Wolf, he so daringly calls himself, for all to hear and none to truly see. It is worse than I could ever have suspected. He is not just a beast, but a monster. His jaws are already around some of the best throats in Europe.
He's not just
I
a
return
beast,
to
he's
Rittersburg
within.
tonight. I must warn those in danger and get someone to assist me. I am in over my head.
You truly are.
March 3rd.
Okay. Is this it? Are we done?
All right,
Yeah.
Knight, I've got your research.
We got your research right here.
Now, I just need somewhere to send it to.
Okay. Now, let's go back to a word from our sponsor. This time, Baron von Glauer.
Within Newmana. Rola w tym ostatnim filmie przyniosła mu sławę wśród fanów gier komputerowych, stąd też zadedykowana mu strona internetowa www.peterlucas.com.
Wow.
W Polsce jest znany przede wszystkim z komedii Killerów 2 Machulskiego i dramatu sensacyjnego Ostatnia misja Wójcika. Na początku tego roku Piotr Andrzejewski zagrał główną rolę w pilotażowym odcinku serialu Korepetytor w reżyserii Artura Pilarczyka.
when we talked with Roberta Williams, then she said that her biggest regret about the production of Phantasmagoria was the fact that the entire recording of the audio was very echoey. And it seems like they fixed it for Gabriel Knight, because it doesn't suffer from the same problem. So it's nice that even though they were both in production around the same time, they actually did something about it.
I don't have anything to say to her right now.
What? You have to say something to her, because otherwise how would you get the address? Gabriel's address. Where's the letter? Give her the letter.
I found the items that Gabriel wanted. Did he tell you where to send your research?
Yes, his lawyer's office in Munich.
Can I get the address?
Harald Übergrau, Marienplatz 21, München.
This is a letter? It's like a package.
Thanks.
Thanks. She gave you what you wanted. Why are you being snarky? Oh, man. I mean, if we ever get Joanne, then I think instead of an interview, we'll just watch a bunch of clips from Gabriel Knight 2, and I'll ask her, why were you angry in this scene? Why were you angry in that scene? What's the deal with this scene? Okay. This is it, guys. We're almost done with chapter 2. What? Post.
There's no one there.
And now?
Grüß Gott.
Grüß Gott.
Womit kann ich Ihnen dienen?
Das Päckchen soll nach München gehen.
7,40 Mark bitte.
Elizabeth, I get what you're saying. She does have reasons for being angry at times, but, you know, asking for an address from Gerda to send him a letter and being angry about her giving her the address seems a bit odd. Or over the top.
Dankeschön.
Bitte sehr.
That'll give him something to chew on.
The Angry Book Club. They're both reading Harry Potter.
Guten Abend.
How are you? Is this the castle of the Shot and Joggers here?
Yes, but I'm...
How exciting! Come along, Emma. We are so thrilled to be here. Emma said it's the 1990s, for heaven's sake. The Shot and Joggers are probably long gone. Well, of course they aren't, I said. A family like that doesn't just dry up and blow away. The good Lord's put his mark on them.
Who are you?
I was just wondering the same thing, dear. Neither of you girls look like the heroic type, but who am I to judge? God chooses his soldiers, and who am I to put in my 2 cents?
No, we're the Smiths from Merrimack, Pennsylvania. This is my wife, Merle. You can call me Emil.
My husband. If I don't get right to the point, he'll get there for me.
It's nice to meet you both.
Uh-huh. Well, how did you hear about the Schottenjägers?
Oh, we're demonologists. My wife makes it her business to know a lot about a lot of different things. She's a regular, what you call, occultist scholar, aren't you, Mother?
That's right.
Yeah.
I read about you all when I was studying an old witch trial last spring, and I have been dying to get over here ever since.
Well, so nice of you to stop by, but I'm afraid the Schottenjäger isn't here right now. I'll let him know you called, though.
Oh, no. And I was so hoping to talk shop. We fighters of darkness are so rare these days.
Don't I know it? Can't scare one up to save your soul.
It's not your fault, Missy. I told Merle to call before he came.
People just don't take you seriously unless you're standing right there. You know that, Em.
Well, it's rather late, and if you're driving, you might as well, go out right now.
Don't worry about that. We're going to spend the night at the guest house in town.
Stop by tomorrow, won't you, dear? You and I can exchange stories at least.
We'll see.
Well, come on, Merle. These ladies are tired, and I think we ought to go.
But, Em.
Come on, let's go.
Em.
Good night, ladies.
Good night.
Good night. What's wrong?
It's not your fault. This just happens, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I'll get her some water. Give me your hand.
Oh.
I see danger. Someone close to you is in danger.
Gabriel?
I see something like a wolf. A black wolf.
Now, don't you worry, miss. My Merle is going to be all right. This just happens sometimes.
No, she's not.
It just happens. Come on, Merle. Let's go. Come on.
What happened?
I don't know.
Look at him chilling at Bass Lake or whatever. That beard looks fake. Okay, so I'm gonna do the Wheel of Daniel now. Thank you to everyone who donated today. CompuArt, Joseph Austin, Schottenjäger, Top Fuel, Stefan, and CJ for the very generous donation. Thank you, everyone. Let me create the Wheel of Daniel, and I'll send you all to sleep or to your post-lunch activities, depending on which part of the world you're in. Okay, everyone. Awesome. So let's switch to this scene. Okay, now I'll add the filter. Oh, what key? That's it. Okay, again, thank you to everyone who donated, and thank you everyone for joining. And we reached 150% of our goal, not exactly 200, but regardless, I'll spin it twice because you guys were so nice to join me today. So first spin, Stefan. Well done, Stefan. Please contact me on Discord, discord.conversationswithcurtis.com. DM me and I'll send you the list of games we have available for you to choose from. Second spin. Oh man, this game is rigged. Okay, I'll respin it. So Stefan, you don't win twice. Win once. That's just because I forgot to activate the remove slice in case someone wins. Okay, we've got... Seems like CompuArt. Congratulations, CompuArt. Again, thank you everyone for joining me for this very lengthy Gabriel Knight 2 live stream. You didn't send any questions to Robert Holmes and Jane Jensen, so I'll just come up with some on my own. And I also have the Dean Erickson question I'm going to ask Jane, so that there's that. Thank you guys for joining. Next time I'll play Gabriel Knight 2, I'll probably bring in either B. Kahuna or Cesar from the previous Gabriel Knight live stream. Don't forget to join me on Sunday for the premiere of my conversation with Rich Powell, who was a Sierra artist, and he also worked on this game on the 3D animations of the Wolf Chase. It was a fun conversation, and it's pretty short in terms of tech talk with Daniel. It was an hour and a half, and that's, you know, that's considered super short. I mean, extremely short. I mean, it's like usually the intro in most of my conversations is like an hour and a half. But this entire conversation was an hour and a half. Very, very short and concise. So join me on Sunday at noon. Have a lovely weekend, everyone. Thanks for joining. Thanks for donating. Be well.